It's channel 27. Okay, so we can start. Good. So, good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, colleagues, everyone, and welcome to the IDFC Pavilion here at COP30 in Belém, Brazil. So, my name is Tawana Lima, and I have the pleasure of moderating today's session on scaling up nature-based solutions, the role of public development banks in driving finance for people and planet. So I'll start with some welcome and opening remarks. Then we will move to some framing remarks, and we will have a panel discussions. So as we gather here today in Belém, in the heart of one of the world's most vital ecosystems, we are reminded that this year's COP carries a very special significance. It marks 10 years since the Paris Agreement, the moment when the world committed to a shared path for climate action. So 10 years later, we have learned two essential lessons. First, that the climate and biodiversity crisis are inseparable. And second, that achieving our goals will depend not only on reducing emissions, but also on restoring and protecting the living systems that sustain life, such as our forests, oceans, and soils. So most of us here had the opportunity this weekend to go to see the beautiful of the Amazon and take the advantage of our wonderful nature. So that's the spirit of it. That's what we need to actually really protect and restore. So in that spirit, today's discussions focuses on nature-based solutions, or NbS. So they are concrete solutions and science-based approaches. Nature-based solutions have emerged for addressing the interconnected global crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and social inequality. NbS deliver multiple co-benefits. They enhance climate resilience, support biodiversity conservation, generate sustainable livelihoods, and reduce vulnerabilities in the most affected communities. Despite this potential, NbS remains significantly underfunded. Global finance for NbS for adaptation remains far below what is needed to achieve the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework targets and the Paris Agreement goals. According to recent studies, global financing for NbS must at least triple by 2030 and quadruple by 2050 to meet international biodiversity and climate goals. So we will now hear from our partners and experts who will share their experience and insights, showing us possible pathways to do more and to build together a nature-positive future. So 10 years after, as I said, of the signing of the Paris Agreement, we know now that the path to a climate-safe future is also a path through nature. Our challenge is to make that connection work in practice by aligning finance, policy, and partnership for people and the planet. So this side event is co-organized with ABD, the Brazilian Development Association, and hosted by the IDFC Pavilion and the IDFC facility. So just to explain you a little bit of the run of show, as I said, we will start now with some framing remarks. Then we will move to the panel that is divided in two sessions. So in the first part, we will explore how enabling environments are built through policies, partnerships, science, and innovation to allow NbS to scale. In the second part, in the second panel, we will hear from the IDFC members sharing their concrete financing experience, showing how public development banks can make nature finance real, measurable, and transformative. So on behalf of the IDFC Climate and Biodiversity Facility, and also on behalf of Gillian Orr, that I hope that is connected now to the live stream, and that worked very hard to make this happen, I'd like to thank all of our speakers, partners, and participants for joining us in this important conversation. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage and give the floor to Mustafa Klesh, the head and director of the IDFC Climate and Biodiversity Facility. So over the past year, so Mustafa, you might join me on stage. So over the past years, IDFC has demonstrated the collective strength of public development banks, or as we call PDBs, in mobilizing finance for climate and biodiversity. As a global coalition of 27 national and regional development banks, IDFC is uniquely positioned to translate international commitments into tangible results on the ground and aligning finance with both climate and biodiversity goals. So here's my question for you, Mr. Klesh. Mustafa Klesh, public development banks are uniquely positioned to mobilize finance at scale. From your perspective, what makes their role so strategic in driving nature-positive investments globally, and how does the IDFC Climate and Biodiversity Facility contribute to supporting and amplifying this role?
Thank you, Tawana. Good morning, everyone. Of course, very delighted to be with you here to discuss this very important issue. I think that's before to start to go in detail what we are doing at the IDFC facility about NbS. I would like just maybe to say a few words about the IDFC facility for those who are not familiar with it. So the IDFC facility is a tool launched in 2019 to support the 27 banks in doing their business on the climate finance and biodiversity finance. Maybe to give you some figures, to give you about what is the size of this club, we are 27 banks. All of them are representing to $4,000 billion, so $4 trillion of assets, and about less than 2 trillion euro of investments between 2015 and 2024. So about 200 billion per year on the climate and on green finance, and essential part of it is on climate. So just to say that we are quite big in terms of resource mobilization. So the facility addresses the practical challenges that these banks are facing in scaling up their impacts and their volumes, and also to bring the voice, the very original voice of PDBs at the international forum. We think that because we think that we can bring something very special, and I would say that in the case of NbS, it is something that's important, and I hope that I will convince you through my what I'm going to say. And I think that this conversation comes at a very crucial time. As Tawana said, we are 10 years after the Paris Agreement, and we all have learning that there is no lasting climate solution without nature. This is an important, I would say, a conclusion we came all over us. So this is why we see more and more climate and nature addressed jointly, and this is very important. So restoring, protecting, and restoring ecosystems, is becoming a central pillar for sustainable finance, and public development can play some quite good role together with other partners to find solutions. So, as you know, with other key players, PDBs have a unique role in the global financial architecture. They stand at the very crossroads of policy, finance, and development. And their mandates, of course, they have a diverse mandate. They are different in nature, they have different size and different mandates, but all together they can bring and they are there as an operational arm for their government to invest in long term. And this is exactly what we need for climate and biodiversity. It's in the DNA, the fact that they invest on long term. They are also financing public goods that other actors couldn't finance and couldn't take any risk for that. And they support also innovation and inclusion while driving national and global priorities. And this is what makes them very important actors. In few words, we can say that they transform your commitments in our engagements, and this is something in practical. What we do is we took the commitments and make them operational investments, turning biodiversity strategies and goals or NDCs on concrete projects that protect the forests, restore degraded land, and promote resilient bioeconomy. And we visited, for example, yesterday, we visited one degraded land, and it was very important to see how we can make things improving. And we have the capacity, we have the money, we have everything to do it, and we need to show up on that. The public are not, development banks are not financiers. They are also, I would say, I'm always saying that public banks are technical agency with credit capacity, with financial capacity. And this is important to think always not only on the money, but on the capacity to embed solutions, innovation, long-term investments in the package, on the financial package. We see the financial package, we forget often that inside of this package, there is, what is the most important is how we can make the thing sustainable. It's not only the money, but what we bring, the information, the knowledge that we promote through this financial packet. So what is the financial challenge? Because is there, and the financial, and how we can address more this issue. As you know, global financing for NbS, nature-based solutions, must triple, at least triple by 2030 and quadruple in 2050 to meet biodiversity and climate goals. So we have a long challenge and big challenge before us. It's like a wall, I would say. And today we should recognize that NbS are receive only a small portion of the money. Often they are very fragmented, small, based only on grants, which is good for the initial step, but not sustainable in long term, and pilot phase based projects. In short, we can say that we are not at scale, at necessary scale, so we have to make more. So what makes PDBs truly strategic in their catalytic capacity? First, they can balance their balance sheets, and I said before that 4 trillion is something, and if you make a small calculation, it's really a big money we can mobilize. We can also, to that, bridge through this finance and technical capacity. We can bridge to facilitate the private sector to be in, to come in. And so we can use different instruments, of course, loans, but not only blended finance, green bonds, blue bonds, and all these new different tools that are now evolving. By doing so, we can close the biodiversity and financial finance gap and create viable markets for nature positive investments where the private sector can take over. This is the important. It's what's next after the banks doing their job. They have to do it. The idea is that's how we can make it sustainable by bringing the real world of private sector to invest in. So when these banks can act collectively through IDFC, and IBD is also a club of association of banks, so we can multiply our the effects, and we can create a catalytic and favorable ecosystem that help the NbS to move forward. So what we are doing right now, what we started to do in the IDFC facility in the club to help our members to move forward. So first, as I said, the most important thing is always capacity building. And first, we insist on that. We try to provide a massive capacity learning program. And we have already trained more than 150 experts from IDFC institutions just this year. And this is really, we are organizing almost each 2 months, we organize training sessions on nature-based solution, on biodiversity finance, on blended finance, on impact metrics, how to can measure that, and we can be accountable what we are doing. These trainings are peer-to-peer learning spaces where the conversation with the members is important. This is what's maybe bring the added value of the facility we are something made by the banks for the banks, and we create a space for the banks to discuss together, and those who are advanced in their journey can also discuss with others, and they can learn from them. I would say that I'm happy to share with you that the first workshop we ever organized on NbS was organized in Manaus, so very close from here. We are in this very beautiful Amazon. I'm very proud to say that we started our journey not far from here. The second thing which is important after the capacity is how we can make this knowledge, we can embed this knowledge on operational, integrated in operations. So we help members to develop biodiversity strategies and pilot biodiversity metrics aligned with the global biodiversity framework. 5 years ago, most of IDFC members had no specific nature finance strategy. Today, we see that more and more members started to do so, and we are really very surprised how fast members are grasping and catching up, and how biodiversity gain a lot of importance within our members' strategy and activities. So, but we need to, of course, just to tell you that, for example, if you compare climate finance today and biodiversity finance, we are about 150 billion euro dollars investment in climate. We are still about less than 20 on biodiversity. So you see the gap is still very high, but we are grasping in terms of interest, and we are now more on members looking for solution of integrated than skeptical about if the subject is important. We try to innovate as IDFC member facility. We try to raise money to provide this support, and we are doing so. We started to appraise one project so far with UNCN as a partner. And some PDBs are interested to join. We already organized one workshop in Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan, a few weeks ago, and we are doing one soon in a Latin American country before to be back in Africa. So we are proposing to members to one project, demonstration project, to see how we can create the referential for PDBs that could be very favorable for them to invest. And this is something we need really to see how we can have at the same time something that could be accountable enough to be really science-based framework, and at the same time to mobilize and favorable to mobilization of operations bankable projects. And this is important because we have to also to use this all these results for other PDBs, and beyond the PDBs also to the banking industry, that we can show that it is possible to make to have bankable projects. So this is the way we are going to move forward. So just to conclude my intervention, I would like to say that financial nature is not only a moral imperative, it's also a strategic investment in resilience and prosperity. And so this is why we think that NbS deserve a lot of efforts, and we are there to take our part. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mustafa. Yes. And thank you for giving us these concrete examples of how PDBs work for NbS. I have the honor of coordinate the capacity building as well to the banks, and we can see that the banks are very happy with the field learning, with the online sessions that we propose also throughout the year. Besides the in-person training, this is something that the banks really appreciate and really can gain knowledge and go a step further. So thank you very much, Mustafa, for this insightful intervention, and for reminding us as well on how PDBs and IDFC are turning commitments into action and helping and scaling up NbS worldwide. So now let's talk about Brazil. So I invite Sergio Missior to the stage. So Sergio is the director of MIR, And at the Dom Cabral Foundation, he works as a professor, and he's a specialist in the area of sustainability and cities. In addition, he's also an architect and urban planning. He has an MBA in business management from FGV, Fundação Getúlio Vargas, a master's degree in built environment and sustainability from UFMG, Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais. And furthermore, he's a partner with ABD, so he's also here representing ABD on behalf of our co-organizers of this event. So, Sergio, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share Brazil's perspective to nature-based solutions and the critical role of multi-level engagement. Brazil brings together unique conditions to globally lead the nature-based solutions agenda. We are the country with the greatest biodiversity on the planet. But this natural wealth is not just an environmental asset, it represents a strategic opportunity for sustainable economic development. Beyond biodiversity, Brazil has developed several technical and institutional expertise in environmental management, and we have Center of Excellence like the Dom Cabral Foundation, Fundação Dom Cabral, and a network of development financial institutions committed to ecological transition. However, Brazil's great differentiator for implementing NbS and a multi-level stakeholder engagement. ABDE, which I represent today, articulates federal, state, and regional development banks that together have the reach to address everything from large green infrastructure projects to local community initiatives. The multi-level governance model is essential because NbS cannot be imposed top-down. They require active participation from local governments, traditional communities, indigenous people, private sector, academia, and civil society. And I have a recently experience to share with you today. Just before the COP30, we had a kind of journey, an expedition from the southeast of Brazil to Belém, almost 3,000 kilometers in a multimedia motorhome. And our main goal of this journey was listening the voice of the communities. And each place that we stopped, we were well received by communities. And at some point of view, we saw, of course, the challenge that we need to address in the territories, in the communities, because they've been feeling and living with several consequences of climate change. But we could see many different projects, several projects that people and locally engaged in this agenda, and trying to escalate and multiply this small scale in a very big scale. So our main goal is try to connect the local agenda to the global agenda. And last Saturday, we had the opportunity to show a little of this journey and to put light over this local voice in the global agenda in the COP30. It's a small example that shows how important it is to increase the NbS solution and, of course, the adaptation investment. But the multi-level governance model is essential because NbS solutions cannot be imposed top-down. Let me share a concrete example from my work with MIR Group. We developed in Palmas. We participate in a Parque dos Pioneiros project, the largest linear park in Brazil's north region. And this integrated urban development project combined housing, mobility, green areas, infrastructure, and community engagement in a single strategy with the community at the center of the decision. We co-created with them the project of Parque dos Pioneiros. And the result, over 500 million reais in international finance for structural projects involving mobility works, drainage, schools, health units, and recreation space. Another concrete example is in Nova Friburgo, Rio de Janeiro state. We developed the Rio Grandina Resilience Program. The city implemented a community nucleus for civil protection and defense, including community listening sessions, collective mapping, and capacity building, alongside urban and environmental improvements to reduce risks from floods and landslides. This is a NbS in action, integrating nature, infrastructure, and social participation to build real resilience. What units this experience? Well-designed, participatory, co-creation, and integrated projects capable to attracting significant finance and generating positive impacts in the lives of people. It's a combination of innovative methodology, initial investment to give traction to ideas, and nature-based solutions that transform local territories and improve people's lives. At the national level, we are scaling this approach through many programs like Adapta Cidades has set the goal of equipping the thousands of local with adaptation strategy by 20 up to 35. And the National Urban Afforestation Plan, PLANAL, plans to expand urban vegetation in Brazilian cities. So, but the recently, yes, but let me be clear about that makes this work. Successful NbS implementation requires, in my opinion, three critical elements. First, genuine multi-level engagement with federal government provides policies and resources, local governments handling implementation, academia contributes technical knowledge, and the private sector offers complementary finance and communities ensure ownership. Second, blended finance models that combine public resource, private investments, and innovative mechanisms and methodologies like payment for environmental service and carbon credits. And third, monitoring and capacity building. We invested heavily in measuring real impacts because concrete data attracts new investments and enable replication. So this approach delivers results. We know from global evidence that every dollar invested in adaptation about $4 in economic losses, with an average internal return of 25% per year. Brazil is not just a fertile ground for NbS because of our exuberant nature, but mainly because of our capacity to articulate multiple actors, stakeholders, around common sustainable development goals. This is the sense of what we can offer the world at COP30, a proven model of how to transform the potential of NbS into concrete results for people and planet through coordinated action across all levels of governance. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As you can stay on stage since you're also participating on next panel. And thank you for speaking about the importance of this multi-level engagement with the stakeholders and implementing nature-based solutions. This provides really the perfect bridge to our panel, where we will hear from our partners and experts on how enabling conditions by using science, partnerships, and appropriate public policies can help scale up NbS globally. So this first discussion will bring together the key perspectives, the global data, and also the science on social inclusion and innovation. So now I invite to the stage Najma and Marie. Please join us. Obrigada. Yes. So we will now start the first panel on creating the enabling environment for scaling up NbS. So I will kindly ask you to stick to your 6 minutes as my role of moderator. I'll make sure to remind you of that. Don't worry. And so I'll start with this first question that is on how can national institutions, international partners, and civil societies and the private sector. So that's why we have an empty chair here, because unfortunately the private sector couldn't come and make it to our panel today. So how these stakeholders can work together to create the enabling environments that allows NbS to scale. So I'll start with Marie. So Marie Trémollet is the program officer for regional cooperation in the Guyana Shield, WWF, French Guiana. So please, Marie.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation. Feel very honored to be with you today with this incredible lineup of speakers. So thanks in particular to IDFC for this invitation. So I'm pleased to share with you the perspective of civil society on, well, in particular the importance of considering inclusion when investing in nature-based solutions. So perhaps for the context, I live and work in one of the most intact and yet culturally rich regions in the world, the Guyanas. Well, that's a tiny bit of the Amazon rainforest and sometimes little known. And across, well, I hope that thanks to COP30 will that is being so close to the Guyanas, it's going to put that back on the map. But across the French Guiana, Suriname and Guyana, indigenous people and tribal communities have safeguarded forests, they have safeguarded rivers and biodiversity for generations now. And these ecosystems are not just carbon sinks, they support livelihoods, they support food systems and cultural identity. So as the world increasingly turns towards nature-based solutions as a key solution to our biodiversity, climate and socioeconomic crisis, one truth remains very clear is that nature-based solutions can only succeed when they are truly inclusive and community-led. So, perhaps to the question of
Yeah, I can now ask you the questions. So, to Marie, I really wanted to ask, just on also to give the context on the importance to turn to the people who live so as you explained, you have this experience in living in a place where people actually depend on the ecosystems. So my question to you is, how can we work together, so financiers, policymakers, and civil society, to make inclusion a cornerstone of NbS? And also, how can financial institutions better integrate local and indigenous voices into the NbS finance?
Thank you for those questions. So on your question on what makes the nature-based solutions truly inclusive, I'd say that the basis is that inclusion starts with rights. Nature-based solutions only can work when communities' rights are respected, when their protocols are respected, if they have the proper information and eventually the ability to say yes or no, or only if this is done our way. But that's of course the basis for collaboration, but then inclusivity, inclusion in NbS needs to go a step further than that. When building an NbS project, there is a need to co-design, not simply consult indigenous people and local communities. And co-design means creating solutions and means of implementation from the start with communities. And a great example of this is the project in the Guyanas, the project Guardian of the Upper Maroni, a community-based monitoring of river and forest health in the Upper Maroni region, which is bordering Suriname and French Guyana. And that's where the Wayana indigenous community lives, and that is a region as well very much impacted by illegal gold mining. And well, the Wayana community could tell you a lot better about that than I could. We came with a delegation of traditional chiefs to be able to speak up here on the impacts of illegal gold mining. And we have here in the audience with us Ronald, who's been recruited on the project to do all of the deforestation mapping work to show the impacts of illegal gold mining. His colleagues also monitor water quality and fauna. And why am I telling you this is because this project in particular works because the Wayana community asked for this project to happen in the first place. That's a first. They have designed it then from the start with us at WWF, and based on what matters in their territory and in their perspective. So that's an important part. And finally, I'd say that nature-based solutions also must make sure to provide clear benefits for nature and people. And in fact, this is in the very definition of nature-based solutions by IUCN and by UNEP. They address environmental, social, and economic challenges while providing human well-being. So we need to find those win-wins for nature, and there are plenty.
Thank you very much. So now I'll turn to Najma. Najma Mohammed is the head of nature-based solutions at the UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. So Najma, let's now turn to the science, which is actually your main career and objective of Speak Today. So we have science and evidence that underpin the success of NbS. Today, the data are key for measuring project impact on the ground, and banks increasingly rely on them to make informed investment decisions. So why are evidence and monitoring so critical for scaling up nature-based solutions, and how can development banks use the data that you produce to make nature finance more effective?
Thank you, and bonjour, everybody. It's wonderful to be here with you today, and thank you for the invitation. And well done, Tawana, on getting that acronym correct. Most people think that we are UNEP. So UNEP WCMC is an affiliate center of UNEP, and we are a Center for Excellence on Biodiversity. And we really co-develop science and I would say knowledge-based, locally relevant and ecosystem context-specific solutions, working with all types of data, spatial, quantitative, qualitative data, to be able to really design a nature-based solutions that are very context-specific. And I think that if we all take that away, that is a very important point to remember, that nature-based solutions need to be designed, you know, with a particular context, ecosystem and social context in mind. I think we've already heard that nature-based solutions is part of our climate and biodiversity action landscape. And we are in the business of operationalizing that, like IDFC. We're trying to take it from the commitments into the action through the best data and evidence that we have available. Let me take it in two stages. What can the data help us? Firstly, they help build the evidence and demonstrate the effectiveness of nature-based solutions. We know, Mustafa, I think you were successful, at least with me, to be able to make the argument and convince lower. There's a problem with the audio?
I can
I
hear
okay?
you well. Yes, I guess you can continue. Yeah.
Okay. So, firstly, to build the evidence base, we really do need the data to demonstrate the effectiveness and the efficiency of nature-based solutions. It should be informed by quality and relevant data. I think, particularly speaking to public development banks, it needs to bring together environmental, climate, and social data so that we're able to understand how nature-based solutions can really and truly deliver these multiple benefits so that we can scale. I think I'm always hoping that we can move beyond pilot and demonstration and just actually begin to implement, at scale. And I think data can play, as you said, Sergio, an enabler, for scale. I think we can play an important role by using data to understand nature and climate-related risk. I have to be totally honest with this audience that the very nature-based solutions that we are being proposed are vulnerable to climate impacts. So we are going to have to understand what are the climate scenarios and how will the nature-based solutions perform under those different scenarios. And that means that biodiversity and climate and social science need to work together so that we have risk-informed, investment decisions. I think thirdly, I think I've already mentioned the importance of holistic risk and resilience measures, both climate, biodiversity, and social. And then just informing investment decisions by collecting and communicating data on NbS performance, including cost effectiveness and the impact. I think we can play a really important part, to scale. And now to turn to monitoring, I think with three sort of quick reflections is results-oriented measurements. If we say that a nature-based solution can build resilience, can deliver returns, we need to be able to demonstrate it through data. We need to be able How about now? Better?
Yes, it's back.
Okay, so we need to be able to have results-oriented monitoring and measurement. We need to decide, as Marie said, what is important to measure and evaluate, what will change. For example, if we say that a nature-based solution is going to be able to respond, to warming waters or to storm surge intensity, we have to be able to demonstrate it in fact does that, and monitoring is critical. Sound is not great for me either.
Yeah, it's not going to be 100% for the moment, but I see they are trying
they
to
working?
fix. Yes.
Two more points. So reinforcing what Marie said is community-based monitoring. I think engaging, local communities, actual, beneficiaries and recipients and partners of nature-based solutions projects can really lead to getting data in the real time. They understand seasonal changes. They understand when a solution is not working. And then I think the third thing that they can really inform is adaptive management. So if we've got monitoring systems at multiple levels, globally, we can do it with global spatial data. Nationally, we've really got good and strong monitoring frameworks, but I think we are failing at the local level and at the project level to really make sure that our monitoring systems can lead into adaptive planning and investments. I think I've had the good fortune to be able to work with investors that actually listen to the monitoring data and can change course, because we're going to have to be agile in a world where we are dealing with climate, ecological, and unfortunately political instability. So we're going to have to be able to know that it's not activity-based or project-based monitoring, but monitoring that's really very context-specific for a context that can change, quite rapidly. And so I think, just to wrap up from my side, I think data is the cornerstone really of transparency in our planning, our commitment, and our investment. But the monitoring, verification, and reporting is the accountability side of that transparency and accountability, making sure that there's greater accountability in climate, biodiversity, and development action. And I think public development banks can play, a very strong role in promote stronger investment transparency by linking the plans and the investments to measurable outcomes. I think or you are already playing a critical part in that 82% of public finance that's going towards nature-based solutions, and demonstrating to the private sector that these investments can really be a turnaround both for the development and the climate and the nature mandates that we share. So thank you, Tawana, and apologies for the sound that was coming and going.
Yeah, no, thank you, Najma. It was perfect, and it's not your fault at all. We have been struggling with the IT, but We can hear you. We could hear the message. Thank you very much. And thank you for sticking to the 6 minutes. You're right on time. So yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Najma, for highlighting the importance of science and for showing how evidence-based data can guide smarter financial decisions. It seems natural that we should take decision based on evidence, but it's not always the case, as we all know. And also, thank you for Mahi for your powerful testimonial on how civil society engagement is crucial, and how it's important to include local communities into NbS design, because it's not only the science data, but also the ancestral knowledge and what people know actually, and it's a mix of both. So thank you very much. And now let me get back to Sergio again. So Sergio, you have already mentioned on how Brazil has set a strong ambition and it's giving itself the means to become a global leader in NbS finance and also in bioeconomy. So I have another question for you here. So the research centers like Dom Cabral Foundation are also participating in scaling up nature-based solutions. Could you also share your experience implementing projects, and could you discuss a practical case study?
Okay, thank you. So recently, we had the opportunity to develop some integrated urban development focused on the peripheral areas of Brazilian cities. And this is the first point. We selected not only the downtown and the center of the city, but mainly the peripheral areas to develop not only an investment to have a better infrastructure, but to have, as Marie said, a co-design with the community. This is in my opinion, one of the mainly points that we need to address in terms of developing NbS project. So we invited the academia, the science, not only about research, but new methodologies to develop a co-creation design. This is completely different from participatory process that you usually invite people to listen and to contribute. But a co-design is completely different because you go deep in the knowledge of the community and you can learn with them how to create, how to develop a project for them. This is completely different. This is the first point in my opinion. The second point is to have not only the multi-level action, but the multi-sectors action. So putting in the same table many stakeholders like academia, community, private and public sectors, and the civil society also as well. And the third point that I'd like to reinforce is the seed money. In this project, we had several finance about 500 million reais, but at the beginning, as we know, the money takes time to be invested in the local community. So at the first step, we had a kind of seed money to invest in an innovation lab. And this innovation lab is the space of developing program by and for the community. And with this space and this seed money, they could develop and engage youth, people, community, sectors, many stakeholders, and get attraction of the project. So maybe this is the 3 points of our recent experience. multi-level and multi-sector, co-design and co-creation, and a seed money to start the project and to have more engagement of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergio, for this insightful overview of your experience and for bringing those elements of a multi-level collaboration. Thank you very much. So with that, we can conclude the first part, and we are right on time. It's 10:29. So thank you very much for your contributions, powerful insights, and now we can move to the second panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We apologize that the song is not great yet, but at least we can hear ourselves. So now let's move to the second session of today's panel that we put PDPs at center. PDPs as catalysts for nature positive finance. So I would like to invite to the stage Peter Hilligs, the Chief Climate Officer of EFW, please. Would also like to invite Kiyosuke Iyanada, the Director General for Sustainability Management at JICA, the Japanese Development Bank. And also Atika Ben Maid, Deputy Head of the Climate and Nature Division at AFD, the French Development Agency. You can sit here if you want, so I feel less alone. So for this second panel, as I was mentioning, is about the role of public development banks. So we have here the Japanese Development Bank, the German Development Bank, and also the French Development Bank. Can you hear well? Yes. So I'll start first with Peter, then with Kiyosuke, and then Atika. So we would like to discuss about the role of public development banks, bringing concrete solutions. So how to protect ecosystems, strengthen communities, and support resilient economies. So Peter, I'd like to start with you and ask you, how could KfW share some examples of financial instruments that have proven been effective in financing NbS?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I benefited already a lot from the first panel, which gave me a lot of insights into this multi-dimensional task, because that's what I take from the first panel and also the initiating words from Mustafa. It is a multi-dimensional issue we are dealing with. And I'm pretty sure there's not the one single player who can solve all of these dimensions. So you might deal with the data and the science, you might deal with the communities. Where's our colleague who was, oh, she's left, okay, yeah. And we are the public development bank. So what is our role in this multi-dimensional issue? Yeah, and obviously if you talk bank, you hear money. Yeah, so maybe that's where we need to focus as banks. We are not project developers. Yeah, so what we do is we finance projects that other people develop. And maybe we have a set of criteria along which we can assess the validity, the effectiveness, and the efficiency of a project. And when we talk about nature-based solutions, how do we do this? To me, it looks like when we talk nature-based solutions, we're throwing a lot of different things into the same basket, which is kind of difficult to assess when you're a bank. And you need to distinguish a community-led co-designed project in the Amazon from a flood protection investment in an urban area which is densely populated. These are totally different activities. So how do we do this as a bank? I think that's a task that we are facing. And being a public development bank also means we are channeling public resources. We are channeling our own resources as a bank. Yeah, so KfW, for example, issues bonds in the market and enhances its coffers of money that we can use, mixing it with public funds from the German government. And of course, everyone who has a project wants 100% public funds, which is grants, which is lovely. Yeah, so you're smiling. Yeah. But obviously that can't work in the world. I mean, it's never enough. Yeah. So we need to distinguish different types of NbS activities. And so that's what we are looking at right now is, okay, from if you distinguish NbS from the benefit side. So there are always something like public benefits, social benefits, economic returns. If we are a banker, so you talk about returns, but it's basically a benefit that is valued. So you talk about economic returns on the public side. On the other side, you have financial returns, probably in some of other NbS projects. So we are talking about financial returns. And if you have a financial return, it usually means commercial money. You might need some additional funds in order to kickstart it, in order to come up with, say, better ecological elements. But at the end of the day, you can mix public funds with commercial money, which generates a return for the company or the community, bioeconomy, but also makes it capable of paying back the money. So on the other hand, if you have a project that only generates public benefits, then you have a different financial setup. You won't get a private company to invest unless it's for charity purposes, but charity doesn't solve everything in the world. So you need to deploy public funds in the best manner possible. So this is where I see the PDB role, making this work. And it's not based on pilot projects, but it should be scalable. So you need a framework that can be applied across different countries, across different situations. And I don't know about my 6 minutes, but if you want me to, I can also give an example or two.
It's
over?
Okay. You're almost over, but you can give a short example.
No, it's great. Maybe I just mentioned two without going deep into the design. One project is a flood protection project that we've done in Beira in Mozambique. So an LDC, with a city and urban scenario where frequent flooding is happening anyway. And now with climate change, this flooding risk is increasing. So we needed to work the city on improving its infrastructure in order to be better prepared for the flooding. They had an established gray infrastructure setup, which was dysfunctional. And there were, illegal settlements and a broken down infrastructure and all these kind of things. So they needed to evolve a combined design of gray and green. And they managed. But of course, the challenge was it required land. Whenever you talk about NbS, it requires land. It requires some sort of natural resources. And so you usually get into a conflict of who is there right now, who will be there in the future, resettlement. So it's a complicated thing. But this is one example I wanted to mention. And the other one is on the other extreme side, bioeconomy. We've been running for 10 years now an investment fund for bioeconomy, which is applying a very simple set of criteria to identify businesses that benefit from nature but use it sustainably. And we've invested equity into that fund. The fund leverages money. And so they provide corporate financing to these bioeconomy initiatives, you could say. So these are the two extremes I wanted to mention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter, for bringing two examples in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So I would like to invite also to this stage, because we have a wonderful surprise of having Marcos Cardoso Santiago, the Director of Environment Department at the NbS. Please welcome us. So he was supposed to intervene online, but we are very, very happy to have you here in person. It's much better. So now we have Japan, Germany, France, and Brazil. Thank you. So now let me move to JICA, and if you could please put the slides on the screen. Thank you. So Kyosuke, thank you very much. Yes, they will be putting very, very soon. Thank you very much, Peter, for sharing the innovative financial instruments that KfW develops and implements with its partners. So now I'd like to invite Kiyosuke and Nada to intervene. So Kiyosuke, could you share one flagship NbS project and tell us what make it bankable?
Yes, thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. My name is Kyosuke Nyada. I'm the DG for Sustainability at the Japan International Cooperation Agency. So since my colleague from KfW just mentioned that we need a framework, so I prepared one for you. So this is going to be, yes, thank you very much for coming to the soft launch ceremony for JICA Biodiversity Fit, which is our new tool that we'll be using from January next year. But before elaborating on this tool and see if this survives the scientific and knowledge test, I'm just introducing you some of the innovative tools that we have introduced in the past year. So next slide, please. Yes. So we are a funny creature. So JICA is a combination of DFI and a development agency. But on the DFI side, traditionally, we have focused more on the sovereign lending, but we have expanded this year to widen our scope for the private sector financing. So beyond just the equity and the loan, we are providing a whole spectrum of products now, from purchasing bonds, supporting the developing countries with sustainability-linked bonds, and also doing blended finance. We can also provide partial guarantee for local banks when they provide the funds to local companies. So these will probably support the developing countries in the private sector in the developing countries, to embark on the nature and biodiversity journey in a more ambitious manner. Next slide, please. So this is just an example. Eco Enterprise, you may know very well, is a well-known fund in Latin America, and we have partnered with other financial institutions, not IDFC, I'm sorry, but to invest in a fund run by this Eco Enterprise, and they will invest equity and loan into companies in Latin America, which will help the nature and biodiversity cause. And we are also working on the impacts, but I'm sure UNEP and WCMC will have many things to say about our performance. But we hope through these concrete activities contribute to a better management of the nature in all over the world. So next slide, please. Yes, thank you very much. So this is the our new tool that we are going to utilize from next year, and it's called the Biodiversity Fit. And we are going to apply them to all new projects, and if appropriate, we'll incorporate actions for protecting the nature, and also to invest in nature positive investment if appropriate. So what we're doing is to streamline all the procedures of our assessment of new projects and make sure that the nature component is built into those project designs. And this tool is divided into two parts. And the first part is a general part, and we will outline the procedures, what are the international discussions, and what kind of concrete steps are necessary. And we will also be producing a second part, which we have identified 7 specific sectors which we see more opportunities, and make sure that this specific sector-specific solutions and assessment methods built into all the projects that we design. Thank you. So next slide. Yes. So this is the actually the outline of the procedure. So on the right-hand side, you can see that we have incorporated ideas from the TNFD very much. So TNFD, I don't know if you are aware, but the Japanese private sector is very much aware of the nature issues, and the number of companies who have agreed with the TNFD, I think the number in Japan is by far the largest among all the other global players. So we are working closely with the private sector. So we decided to base our tool on the ideas of the TNFD. So as you can see on the right-hand side, our tool is based on the LEAP approach. And then based on this L, locate, evaluate, and assess, and then to do the project. So in each step, we are going to do conduct assessment based on local situation, and we are going to use a heat map, which is quite common in TNFD, to make sure that the critical points are being evaluated first, the diagnosis first, before we go into the solutions, which is quite similar with the MDB taxonomy that was announced at this COP30. So I will finish there. I hope I was within 6 minutes, but if I didn't, I'm sorry, but I hope to work more, and hopefully in the next COP at CBD, we will all be able to share the results of pilots and hope to receive criticisms from scientific and knowledge society so that we can improve the practice at PDBs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kyosuke, and thank you for sharing with us these practical steps. Very clear on locating and evaluating, assessing, and then preparing. So now let me turn to Atika Ben-Maïd, which happens to be my former boss as well. So she's the deputy head of the Climate and Nature Division at the French Development Agency. So Achika, how do you ensure that your investments are aligned with both climate and biodiversity goals?
Thank you, and thank you for organizing this event. I think it's really important because it's acknowledging, as we have done at AFD, that climate and nature are interrelated crises with common drivers and solutions that have to be tackled together. I'll say a few words on how we did that, and there are several levels in terms of activities. There is, of course, the strategic level. There is the project level, partnership, and financing tools. At the strategic level, I think the first stage is acknowledging what I just said. It's that climate and nature are interrelated, and that there are solutions and that there are benefits to use a nature-based solution. For AFD, it's part of our strategy. We have a climate and nature roadmap. So both together, 2025, 2030, that has just been approved last summer, actually, by our board. And the links between climate and biodiversity are really high in that agenda because after being the first PDB to be aligned with Paris Agreement, we are the first one to commit to be aligned with Coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and we are working on the modalities of what it entails for operations at the moment. And also what we have committed on the specific topic of nature-based solution is that we will have early on in our project cycle a systematic questioning on could nature-based solution be used in this project. Then, of course, our partners are sovereigns, so we will also see with them, try to convince with them. And there is and here I just want to say a little comment on that. There is a lot of geographies and partners where the partners are so much used to have a gray infrastructure that there is also a long discussion and a dialogue to convince that actually, even though it's not gray and strong, strong infrastructure, strong concrete, it's a good solution on the long term. And why, especially on the operation and maintenance cost. I'm coming from the water sector, and when you're talking about wastewater treatment, there are limitations in terms of size, but if you're looking at reef bed projects like AFD has in Lebanon, for instance, that's definitely a way to ensure even more sustainable on the long run, even on the financing aspect. Another thing that comes from our strategy, we have for every project a tool that we call climate screening tool. It's a tool to mainstream adaptation through all our operations. It's mandatory for first committee to put our project through the tool. It allows to know to which area our project is exposed to, but also gives recommendations in terms of adaptation measures. That's why we are at 40% of adaptation finance. It's because it has been mainstreamed. And in this recommendation, now it is included to in the recommendation some nature-based solutions. And this is something we have done, for instance, in Himachal Pradesh in India with a project on reduction of disaster risk reduction, where we have worked on the slopes of the hills of the mountains to prevent landslide with a reforestation project. So this is the tools and the strategy. We also have at the project level, well, I already talked a bit about that, but I wanted to say that in 2024 at AFD, we had 15 projects that had a strong component, a significant component of a nature-based solution, which represents only these components represents 400 million euros, or around 400 million euros for 2024. At the partnership level, a lot of our financing is actually co-finance with people that are here on this stage most of the time, but not only. So partnership is the solution for the mainstreaming on nature-based solution. I will not repeat what Mustafa said on the IDFC facility. That's a good example of the partnership and how nature-based solutions are mainstreamed through partnerships. I will mention a hub that we're having with the Asian Development Bank that we are co-financing. It's called the Nature Solution Finance Hub. So it is a hub that is covering Southeast Asia, that plans in helping the Southeast Asian country in developing nature-based solution projects to respond to the climate challenges. And it has as an objective also to try to mobilize the private sector. So to use all the tools like my colleague from JICA just said, like bonds, like guarantees, and this kind of tools that can be accessible. It has started to be implementing last year. We know that a lot of the countries in the region are interested. They came to Paris for a study tour to see a French nature-based solution in this area to manage the flood risk. And were Indonesia, Philippines, Cambodia, and others. Last thing I wanted to also stress is the financing tools, because it's a big topic of these last years in the COP, and it's really important for all of us. We cannot only focus on classic climate finance, so grants, loans, the concession loans like we know. Nature-based solution is also represent an opportunity to mobilize innovative tools, meaning more finance for climate and nature agenda. So we are looking more precisely at carbon credits and biodiversity certificates to finance this kind of project. And we have a facility dedicated to blue carbon, meaning the carbon that is in coastal areas. We have projects of mangroves restoration, mangroves preservation, with interest from Cambodia, from Tunisia, from Mauritania. And this allows to find another way to finance nature-based solutions projects that are interesting on the long run, but sometimes the investment is not necessarily the most interesting solution, but on operation and maintenance on the long run, it is shown that it's even more interesting for our partners. And we are also looking at other tools that I could quote, like climate and debt swap, climate and nature debt swap, or also like my colleague from JICA said, sustainability linked loans. And I will stop that.
It's perfect. You're right on time. See, 10 seconds left. So thank you very much, Asika, for sharing these examples on these practical tools at the strategic level, at the project level. So I've been a part of this journey and seeing how AFD is setting really ambitious goals. 40% is a lot for most of the banks that we see. Sometimes they struggle to have 10 or 20% of biodiversity finance. So congratulations on that. So now let me turn to BNDES and to Marcos. So please, could you share with us how BNDES is mainstreaming this also at the mandate level and making this be an important goal?
Sure. Let me put my control of time here.
I'll have mine too, don't worry. I can stop if needed.
So, good morning, all of you. My name is Marcos. I'm happy to be here. I thank in name of BNDS. Okay, can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah. Mustafa, our friend, thank you for inviting us. So, I'll talk a little bit about what we've done in the last 3 years for the agenda. Okay. So, first of all, and being more specific about biodiversity, we set up a policy for working because this is important for us to get more strength inside the bank and also outside the bank, because I believe this was the first in the Brazilian banking sector that set up a policy. And this policy was very simple because we've already been doing many things in different areas of the bank. So we joined everything and said, okay, we've been doing this in so many sectors. We want to go beyond that in the next few years. So that was a very simple thing, but helped it to organize our way and to put publicity in the biodiversity thing. Second thing, after that we have to go to action. Yes. So we worked in the 2 points. One was, as all we said here, the grant sector this is important, especially in the beginning, in some, especially biodiversity. It's more important than forests, for example. And with the biodiversity, I can tell you about living forests. This is an initiative that we set up with 14 partners from KfW is one of our partners, but we have private companies as well. This was important because as a development bank and a public bank, BNDES can join different actors, even competitors. Sometimes you can join them. And this was a $100 million initiative. BNDES brought 50% of that. And we set up 17 public calls, selecting one manager to do that, which is Fumbio, is a very highly known, well-known in Brazil. And we provided funding for 115 projects, each one of 5 million reais, and projects in all biomes in Brazil. Okay, mangroves, Amazon, Caatinga, Cerrado, etc. So this was an interesting topic because through that we could do more instead of doing only with our resources. We double our resources, and we conjugated that with the public policy. So with the Ministry of Environment, so they were indicating the strategic areas for biodiversity and carbon removals, and with the partners we developed projects on that. So this was an interesting way of working with the private sector and governments and multilaterals as KfW. And this was fast because we couldn't do 115 projects in 3 years, and it would be impossible to prove one by one. So this is a good example that we could advance on that. The second example is the blue BNDES. We branded that because, again, we had several initiatives where we didn't have a brand, so to have a brand is very important. And we started working on projects as coral reef restoration and restoration of the conservation units of federal islands, 9 federal islands in Brazil, to do restoration, to do the removal of exotic species, etc., so on and so forth. This was important because these 2 initiatives, we use grants, but this is something important. We want to go beyond the grants. How? Pushing the biodiversity credits. This is something that unfortunately has much discussion but still very few action. Why? Because sometimes we are too much of a nerd, sometimes discussing the things, and this is critical for them to have permanency, because our projects has 2 years of implementation, 2 years of monitoring. What we do after that? we need the carbon credits and we need the biodiversity credits for permanency. So that's all this 100 million that I was talking about living forest, we separate an amount to do the carbon credits and to do the biodiversity credits, so that the people that will be benefited will not depend on grants anymore. So this is something that we are doing on the grant size. And let me see if I have more time.
You have more time.
Yeah, about the loan. We have the good chance of having the climate fund. I don't know if your countries have, but this is very cheap money that we have. It's around 2%, 2 to 3%, a total tenure of 25 years in a grace period of 5 years. So this is critical. But the best, it's good to have a cheap money, but if you don't use it, it's not relevant, because it's the most expensive money is the one that you don't use. So we had this in 3 years, this this motive, this mission to use this money. So we have been successful with the commercial banks to approve 14 projects, 2 billion reais for these in all sectors: ecological restoration, agroforest, forestry, wood management. And this is important because this is bringing light to the sector, because we have to be in mind that complexity is the enemy of action sometimes, because we tend to do everything, to put everyone together, and sometimes it takes a lot of time. So we have to put, I believe, that the examples. So for instance, we are supporting Mombacri, Green, BTG, Patria, and even in many different sectors, but also medium and small companies like Mil Madeiras and Madeflona. But we need these examples, because the insurance sector will come, and the commercial banks will come when they see that it's big. Because of course this is important for everyone, but everybody says, no, somebody will do it for me. But when it's a big business, they will join. So that's why we are accelerating this implementation, for everybody to participate that as a business and bring this to the ground and not depend on climate fund or other sources. So thank you very much
Now you
for
are
your
on
time.
time. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Marcos. And thank you to all panelists for these powerful and inspiring contributions. Thank you for your leadership, your commitment, and your daily efforts to build a resilient, nature-positive future, one that benefits both people and the planet. Together, through a collaboration and innovation, we can truly make NbS a cornerstone of sustainable development finance. So we are right on time. I would just like to conclude with some closing remarks, but you can stay on stage. So today's exchange have shown that NbS are no longer a peripheral topic. They are central to the way we must think about development, finance, and resilience. We have seen how countries are creating the enabling conditions for scaling NbS, including use science-based data. So thank you, Najma. We have also listened on how civil society and local communities are at the heart of inclusive nature action. So thank you to Mahi. And we also heard from our IDFC members on how public development banks are making this operational, turning commitment into action and ambition into measurable impact. So thank you again to IDFC for hosting us here at the pavilion. Thank to our partners. Thank you to ABDE on behalf of Serge, and thank to all your speakers for your thoughtful insights. So thank you to everyone here at COP30. I hope that you can enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for joining us in this important conversation. Thank you.